Well, it's Monday morning. Hope you all had a good Thanksgiving. I know we did. Of course, everybody eats too much and then doesn't sleep enough and then sleeps too much. And anyway, it was a good time. But I hope your holiday was good as well for those of you who celebrate American Thanksgiving. So what we're going to be doing today is picking up where we left off on the Dungeon of Doom tiles. If you recall, I was doing the base coat on this mass of tiles, and what we have found in the past is that even though you put a lot of paint on them, as it dries, sometimes the paint pulls away from itself, or it just never was in the right place. So there's little white spots all over the place. So I'm going to be touching these up, and I'm going to be paying particular attention to the gaps, the mortar joints between the blocks, because we want to make sure that when those are washed, that those are dark. So especially on the floor, this one's pretty good. Get the camera more or less what we want it. Like there's a little spot here. So basically, and then there's spots here. You can see them gaps. So basically, there's just, all of these have little spots all over the place. It can be touched up with this blue paint. And then when I'm done with that, hopefully they will be dry enough to move on to the next step, which is to paint the accent blocks in brown. And so for each of these tiles, I grab anywhere from like 3 to 4 on each wall, kind of haphazardly place them around and do that. So as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, like there's 9 corners and a narrow hallway with 2 walls and stuff. So there's a lot of walls to be covered. I'm going to take this paint, and you'll hear the buzzing sound of the mixer. It's getting near the bottom of the bottle, so we want to make sure that whatever's left in there is pretty well mixed. Hey, morning flip. Okay. We can do that. Let's clear space here. Now I can flip the putty that we use on our holders. It's the orange putty. This is used, this is not. Here. So there's the flip. Whoop. And here's the paint. See how far we get with what's left here. I think the last 5 times I've been on, I say we need to inventory the paint that we need. Purchase in order for more. And then we don't. So one of these days, your relaxing painting is going to be a very unrelaxed, not painting because we don't have the paint we need. Fortunately, this touch-up takes hardly any. It's just little spots, little dots of paint. Not terribly concerned about the floor. We tested that before, and the little white spots that show up here and there. When the dark wash is put on them, they pretty much disappear, or they just show up like little flecks. But I am concerned about the space between the blocks, like there, to make sure that those are covered. Because I tried to be really careful when I put this base coat on, and it looked really good when I was finished. But there are an amazing number of little spots. Need a touch up. And I try to rotate it around in different directions, because in one direction it looks fine, and then the other it looks like something is missing. Here's one out of many. I could probably count these and do, a thing about numbers like I did last time. Comparing and contrasting the perception one gets from fractions versus percentages. I'm sure that was pretty exciting. But I probably won't. Having had to do touch up on these before, like I said, I tried when I did the base coat to be extra careful to get the paint everywhere, especially up here on the top, and in the spots and in the mortar joints. But looks like no matter how hard one tries, this is something that will just have to be done. One thing we are going to do, I've mentioned this before, is try to use the airbrush to put the base coat on in the future. It seems to do pretty well with the primer. But we haven't tried it with color yet. And that might work, depending on, or it might just be the same thing, where the paint kind of pulls away from itself as it shrinks when it dries. Do is make sure I'm getting 99.5% accuracy on the base coat here. In terms of surface area, the percentage is way higher. And you can see that hardly any of the surface area is a problem. It's just that little spots go up. Little flaws are sometimes more annoying than big flaws. Touch up, and then when I do the accent blocks, I no doubt will find some spots that I totally missed as I'm doing the touch up, and we might have to bring this, I'll set those aside, and if we need to bring this back out again to complete the touching up, we'll just do that. Setting them over there on the side so that I know which ones have been done, and also kind of allows me to do reverse order when I do the accent blocks. Pick the ones that are hopefully dried. Probably soon. The surface texture is really pretty rough at the top, as it should be for rough stone. But when you got little divots like that, that's where the paint tends to spot. Looks like I did a pretty good job of getting down in here at the base of the blocks in between. Definitely want that to be dark, even though the wash will tend to go down into there. The bright white spot would probably show, and then that would look very, very bad. Hitting spots. Happens up there. It's almost, I'm pretty sure I wasn't touching it there, but there's on the tops of these a lot of into there. There's like up here. Doing these in no particular order. I'm just kind of grabbing the ones from the edges of the pile here. So sometimes you'll get a single wall, sometimes you'll get a corner. Looks like there's a couple of doorways. And yeah, this particular show is, the stream is going to be pretty boring, which means that it's living up to its name of relaxing painting, because not much excitement or drama going on here. Unless something really thrilling happens, like I knock over the bottle of paint, which is a possibility. Keep watching, it might happen. Not too much is going to go on. They probably should have started talking about fractions again. I know that used up the time pretty well on Wednesday. A nice shaky hand. Good thing I'm not painting a minifig right now. The old wrist is a little bit vibrating. This is important for us to get these done, because we're trying to get one complete set of every one of the sets that we've designed. We've got these rough stone sets, and last week I was painting cut stone sets. So we got like the Necromancer lair and a Dungeon of Doom, and before that I was doing are wood and stucco sets. Those came out really well, I think. Wooden floors, and then there's cross beams with stucco walls. Those can be used for taverns and warehouses and thieves guilds. Sorts of cool places. These are more, yes, traditional dungeons, in that the set I'm working on is actually designed to be a dungeon with narrow hallways, shafts built into the walls. I think I'd mentioned there's a necromancy lair. There's like a castle. It's like a throne room that has a raised dais on which a throne sits. That's a pretty cool set that's made out of the cut stone. Anyway, we're getting close to having like one complete demonstration set of each of the sets that we've designed and printed on the printers back here. They're all 3D printed right here in Michigan and hand painted. They're painted and accented and washed. And when they're done, they look really good. Some prototype examples show up the stream underneath me. The one with the pool in it, the necromancy lair kind of thing. And I think one of the like tavern sets shows up as well, where you can see the wood and the stucco walls. Anyway, here, there's a lot of these. So this should pretty much fill the day here. Doing the touch-up wasn't taking that much time necessarily. Doing the accent blocks will take a little bit more time. Anyway, I move along slowly because it's relaxing painting. Production line painting, or you have to get this done by a certain deadline painting. Taking advantage of this is a relaxing painting show and moving along at a kind of relaxed pace. You who are in the 70 and over demographic probably understand that as well as anybody. Well, other than there just being a lot of tiles and a lot of surface area on the tiles, this isn't too bad. There isn't that much touch-up. There's just like maybe a dozen little spots on each one of these. You need to take some care to rotate them around and make sure you get all the different angles. And as I said, if we catch one later, we'll blue paint again and touch them up. So the ones that are furthest away from me are the ones that are done. And those will be the ones I will start with when I do the accent blocks. This one is a beast to do. It's a narrow corridor, walls built in on either side. So getting accent blocks on this one might not be terribly many. As you can see, it was hard to even get the base coat down in, especially on the bottom here. So I don't know. I'll do this one fairly early on in terms of accent blocks. Pretty much just to get it out of the way. It's a pretty cool thing for a dungeon, though. You have to go single file through here. And there's, in the dungeon set, there's a doorway on either end, and there's a trap. It's not a very friendly place, that's for sure. And the order of your party makes a big difference in whether or not you come out again after you go in. I imagine at some point our characters will encounter a situation like this. Actually, we did once a narrow corridor. And I think we kind of trapped ourselves inside of the corridor so that the mobs that were attacking us could only get to us one at a time. We're very, very clever players, right? So we probably used this very difficult setting to our advantage. And you can watch us play 3 Sundays a month. Our stream with live chat on Sundays starting at 2 p.m. Eastern. It's Eastern Standard Time right now. So if you can, it would be really great if you joined us and watched our Dungeons and Dragons campaign, because it's actually really a lot of fun. Sometimes we have horrible battles and almost get killed. I was mostly dead a couple of times, my character. It was an unpleasant sort of situation. Our dungeon master comes up with very innovative situations, I guess I should call them. Oftentimes, just when you think you're getting somewhere and done, then of course the situation gets even worse. Sometimes it's just kind of easy. That doesn't happen very often. Sometimes it's a huge challenge with unexpected events. Anyway, yeah, it's a lot of fun. You should come join us on Sundays at 2 and watch us watch Dice and Dungeons play Dungeons and Dragons. Sometimes there's no combat at all, but there is eating. Our party tends to be quite food focused. We also, when the opportunity presents itself, spend a lot of time shopping. Nothing either as good as or as bad as the party finding a magic shop. Always the possibility that you can watch our Tabaxi Bard, Nines, try to negotiate a price. Bargaining. Or better yet, watching a changeling Zoria try to bargain. Anyway, yes, we can turn probably a 15-minute encounter in a magic shop into the better part of an hour and a half of looking for bargains, negotiating prices, asking for things that probably shouldn't exist, finding things that definitely shouldn't exist. We collect those. We have a really good collection of, let's say, unusual, maybe not useless, but unusual magic items. Was once labeled the worst magic item ever. Players. I'm not sure if it was the worst, or maybe the worst so far. I expect that Alexis, as our DM, will come up with something even more worse. Yeah. If you like watching or playing Dungeons and Dragons, if you enjoy pretzels, you have to watch to figure that out. Pretzels, occasionally croissant, whenever possible fritters. Haven't had fritters in a while. We come around those very often. If you like occasional, very interesting combat, and also occasional, very entertaining shopping, yeah, please join in. That's Sundays, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you can't catch it with the live chat on Sundays, feel free to check us out on YouTube, or even, as our DM calls it, ear watching. You can listen in on our podcast. The advantage of the podcast is that you can hear us and you don't have to look at us. I think some people who join in on our campaign kind of prefer that. Not that we're hideous or anything, but you know. Well, this is coming along. As I'm looking at the pile of things that are done versus the pile of things that are yet to be done. That is done in just in terms of touch-up. This one's really a mess. Wow. The yet to be done pile is smaller than the has been done. Every once in a while I get one of these where just looks like everything went wrong. Just a whole lot of spots everywhere. And you go, why would that be? Because I painted it pretty much the same way as everything else. But it didn't turn out the same way. Some of these, especially down on the floor where these little white spots show up, Some with hardly any white spots, and this one just had a whole lot of them. I think there, what happens is that when the paint is on, and it just starting to set up a little bit, and if you hit it with the brush and the brush isn't fully loaded with paint, it pulls it away, and the paint on the surface adheres to the brush, and get those spots like the one that I covered up there. Even that's what it kind of looks like, is that I brushed over a spot and it pulled the paint away from the surface. No, your audio didn't go out. I just hadn't been talking. Hopefully the music's playing so that you know. I can't tell if the music's playing here or not. I think there's a way it's supposed to show up on the monitor. It looks like maybe it's not playing. Yeah, enough pieces to do a whole town. Actually, yeah, they're not washed, but yeah, I think we probably could. I think we could cover the entire map surface with maybe alleyways, There could be buildings and alleyways and passages. You need to have a place where you go down into the sewers. We haven't been in a sewer in quite a long time. We used to spend a lot of time in sewers. We spent a lot of time, I think, in terms of not actual streaming time, but in terms of like days in game. Was it like 2.5 weeks inside of a old mine cave kind of complex? It was a long time. But we used to meet all sorts of interesting creatures and folks in sewers. That I really enjoyed being in sewers. There were downsides. The smell. There were, we picked up some interesting fungi and mushrooms that, in addition, and bigger fungi like mushroom fungi as well as like slimy fungi. And Muriel. So good. We made excellent curry in the sewer. There, huh? We ran into a lot of iron bar gates, and we spent much more time than the DM wanted us to attempting to get through these things because they were designed to keep us out of places. But, you know, we tried crowbars, we tried improvised explosives, we tried sneaking through, I mean, because it was there, right? I mean, if there's a iron bar gate, how could you not want to get through it? Never mind that the DM was using that as a way of like guiding us in our pathway through the dungeon that she designed. Never put up an obstacle with a party that it can't resist anything to get through it. Anyway, yeah, no sewers in a long, long time. But yeah, this might be sufficient to build a whole town now. You could spend a long, like a time just exploring the town. Yeah, a bunch of tiles, map it out for us. This one's just a plain floor. That's it. Always an interesting thing is to run into something without a wall. But we actually have some parts of the dungeons that are open. Like there's just a 2x2 tile here. It's just a piece. You would think that these would actually be pretty easy, but getting the base coat on these was actually kind of challenging. I probably should have used the holder for these. With the walls, it doesn't really work because I have to rotate it in so many different ways to get it in the right place. But for this, I should have just used that little putty thing that I showed you earlier to hold on to it so I wouldn't have fingers in it. Here's another one. But I didn't, and so I did get my fingers in it, especially on the corners. God. I think today I'll probably be able to finish up the accent blocks. We're coming really close to doing it on the rest of this set. There are pieces that are still not done, like the actual track tiles. Those need to have magnets inserted before they can be base coated and painted, so those will sit aside. We don't have the lintels across the top of these door tiles yet. Across the top of the door. And I don't think we have the doors. This set will be like 85% done before washing today. Just don't feel like confident in doing the washing. And when I do it, it just gets uneven from one tile to the next, and that kind of misses the point because you want these all to work together. And you actually want to be able to take, like if you've got a stone Dungeon of Doom and you've got a stone necromancy lair, you might want to take the pieces from both of those and join them together to make a bigger dungeon of some sort. And these are designed to do that because we, at least in the painted sets, we're keeping the colors consistent from one to the next. But if the wash gets inconsistent, then they won't mix and match as well. Anyway, I'll talk with Nikki. Nikki does a really good job of washing. She's very fast at it. It comes out uniform. It looks really good. So we'll see. Maybe later this week, maybe Wednesday, or even Friday. Do a stream of doing the gray wash on these and finishing up at least the ones that we've got. I was able to do the wash on the wooden floors. The floors and the beams, I got those pretty well. For some reason it's different than the stones though. Maybe it's the consistency of the wash itself, maybe just, I don't know. Let's see, she might pick up at that point. Probably could do an entire stream just inventorying and painting, inventorying the paints. So Alexis, on a 3D printer, we've got these PLA spools, and she designed, there it is, these inserts that go inside of it. Those are for Vallejo bottles. It's going there perfectly. She even went out of her way to put them all the way in there in color families, and of course you pull them out and use them and never put them away again. So there's that. And then there's also one for the Tamiya bottles. Anyway, that's another thing that needs to be done, which is to take all of those that I just showed you that have never been put away and put them back in the folder. And probably one thing we do is put a color swatch and a name label, so that instead of just jamming them in there and then having to look for them, some sort of major search later on, we would actually put them back where they belonged, and it would be easy to find them by just looking for the color swatch and the name label. And we talked about doing that, and it's one of those things that we talked about doing that didn't get done. So that would be something. I don't know if that would be interesting to put on a stream or not. I'll have to ask. I mean, it's something that needs to be done. But there's time to do it, then when one is doing something anyway. Because we always find something else to do when we're not doing this. And get paint all over my fingers. It's part of the idiom, just getting paint on my fingers, no matter what I do or how I hold things. This wouldn't be me painting if I didn't do that. One thing I'm doing today is I put the camera up higher so it has a broader field of view. I hope it's working. Because I tend to move the work around and I don't pay attention to where the camera is aimed, and then I'm talking about doing something but you're not seeing it because it's way off camera. So I move the camera up higher so you get to see more surface area. Some of which is nothing is happening, and some of which is where I'm painting. So I'm hoping that it's staying on camera a little better. A replay of one of my streams, and I very carefully had the work way. You could see my holding a brush doing something, but you couldn't see what it was doing. I suppose that was very entertaining, not a real good professional look. I think part of what we're seeing here too is the coverage kind of depends on how gummed up the brush is. I think I periodically would clean the brush, but sometimes it would just get saturated with paint and would start to dry a little bit. I think that caused it to be more likely to pull the paint away from the surface instead of just laying it nicely on the surface. See, but I did get paint in it. You just can't get paint into it. There. So to bring out the texture in these, I know there's different techniques, and one is to paint a base coat on and then to dry brush over it. So for example, one might paint this whole thing like really dark black or something like that, and then dry brush the surfaces of the block, and it gives it more texture. Another technique that we've been using, especially since anyway, dry brushing is a little slower and takes a different set of skills. What we've been doing is using a wash and layering on top of the base coat, and that's actually turned out to look pretty good. It moves along really quickly, it fills in the dark areas, and it highlights all the texture, especially on this rough stone, really pretty well. And so we've been very happy with how using the wash technique has turned out. So that's what we've been doing with all of our dungeon tiles, is we paint them in a base coat and then wash over them. With the stone, we started out by saying, stone is usually gray. We used a gray base coat and used a black wash on it. One day we were looking kind of just for a different look. We got this really dark blue color. Light blue, and then when we put the wash on it, it was, wow, this looks more like natural stone than using a natural stone color. So using the blue and with the dark blackish wash ended up looking more like stone than using a stone gray color with the black wash. And then when we started looking at, what color should we make our dungeon sets, we experimented with different colors, and surprisingly this very bluish blue with the dark wash on it looks stone-like of any that we've used. It's very, I suppose people who paint more than I do wouldn't be surprised at that, because oftentimes when you're painting something, I guess, the colors that you use to give the appearance of something else are not the colors of the thing it would be itself. Seems to be how this has turned out. When we did our wood, the wooden floors and beams for the sets that have stucco walls, we experimented with like 3 or 4 different brown base coat colors and 3 different wash colors. Did a lot of comparisons and ended up getting one that really looks very nice. Wouldn't mind having wooden floors like that in a house. Very, very good. Okay, so what do we got left? The doorways are all, for some reason, at the end here. These are pretty cool. Doors fit in this opening here. It's a single door on this side. It's hinged on one side or the other. You can do one way or the other, and they actually open and close. We run a wire hinge through the door and into the hole in the bottom and the top. And so when your D&D character encounters a closed door, whether it be locked or not, you decide to open it, you can actually have them come up to a closed door, and then they can open it and find out what's on the other side. And because the door opens and closes, you can realistically open it and hide behind it. So you just have to say that that's what you're doing when you show yourself positioned on a tile like this and the door is open or opened. You have to kind of, if you're opening it toward yourself, you have to kind of like step out of the way. You can't be in the doorway and open it. So you can get a whole lot more realistic movement or lack of movement or obstruction to movement with these doors that open and close. And that's been kind of a cool thing. That's just talking about the doors themselves, not what is on the other side of the door, which is sometimes nothing. We have encountered many rooms where there's basically just an empty room. A bunch of moldy old chests, none of which contain anything. And it's always disappointing, especially if the door was locked. And you go through all the trouble of either picking the lock or breaking down the door or something like that. And you get in and you get, there's 12 chests in this room. They're all broken open. They all smell bad. There's nothing in them. Yay, that was worth the time and the effort it took. Probably even broke a tool or something to try to get in through the door. Then you come to another door, and when you get your crowbar out and start to pry at the door, and then, the door isn't locked. Okay, well, that was pointless. And then on the other side of the not locked door is a sort of hideous dragonkin beast. Not that it looks hideous, but that it's just not a fun thing to run into. It's not a beast, it's a dragonkin. I should be more accurate, and I just shit. An adversary, a dragonkin. Adversary that's way better armed and armored than anybody in your group. And for some reason, the mage is in front, why, but that's what happens walking through the door. Your barbarian or your fighter is way in the back, so you don't have a tank. You just got this vulnerable person. Of course, the door is open. There's only room for one to get through the door, and your squishiest member is the one that goes through first. Then you try to figure out, do you try to rush through the door and make room for the other people to come through? But no, your initiative rolls are such that that can't happen because they're in the reverse order of what you need to make that occur. Can you run away? No, your way is blocked by the other party members that decided that the best thing to do while you were opening the door is to stand right behind you in this narrow corridor. So there wasn't any room to go. That's how combat encounters always turn out. Everything is so well planned. Of course, our group always has a plan. The plan is something usually like, oh, here is a door. One of us should open the door, and then we will do things. So, like the bard goes up and says, I will open the door. Why? Because I have opened the door in 2 episodes of this stream, and so it is my turn to open the door. And that's our plan. And the first part of the plan goes just as it was designed. Nines, our bard, opens the door. But we could say that the plan was 100% perfectly executed. I mean, literally that would be the case. That was the only part of the plan that was planned. So the whole plan, the entire plan was perfectly executed. And then stuff happens. Okay, so we got one more of these. I know somebody who could turn invisible for 6 seconds. Well, let's do that. I think we have a rogue in the room. That's actually a very elaborate plan. That's more elaborate than most of the plans that we have. That involves like 3 or 4 steps. There was a seven-step plan though that we did. It took us a couple of streams to execute the whole thing, but it went very well. But yeah, we now have maybe we could make that a ritual. An entire tree. Yeah, we could do that. Kind of like in the Scottish play. As I recall, there was a certain character at one time that actually did turn invisible, but not while holding a tree. He was holding like an 8-foot long branch of a tree. So it wasn't quite like holding a tree. discovered that turning invisible didn't mean that the things that were being carried were necessarily invisible as well. Clothing, I guess, and personal items, but and equipped weapons. Anyway, everybody was very amused, and the plan didn't work. The planned attack. The whole thing just didn't work. But everybody else was in the party was confused and amused, and now makes fun of it. But this door opening plan could become like a door opening ritual. And then we wouldn't have to plan it. We would just say, door opening ritual. And that's what we would do. Even if the situation made it kind of silly, like we were just visiting somebody. We were going to Zoloth's room. We were entering a shop. I think we should do that. Every time we would enter a shop, we should do it just the way that you described it. But if in inappropriate situations, we should probably also knock on the door while invisible. Okay, I think the touch-up went pretty well here. At least every single one of them has been touched. Going to clean the brush. I'm going to be using the same brush to do accent blocks. Successful at getting all the paint out of the base of it. The bristles make the whatever that's called. Okay, well, there's not much of this paint left. I don't think there's too many tiles to be painted this color, but we probably are going to have to buy some sooner than later. Okay, so these ones back here lay to the side. They're the ones that were painted first, so they should be dry. So I'm going to get out this palette. The accent bricks are done in a Viejo color. And they come in this little squeeze bottle, not a big bottle. I can't dip my brush in it. Okay, so what I'll be doing is squeezing some. Here it is, just like 2 days worth of rearranging and cleaning up an inventory in here that we need to do, and probably should do on an off-stream day, but just haven't. So what do I want to start with? I want to start with this one. And these two C-square. And I just mark them with a little dot. Look at that. There's a spot right there. Okay, let's grab this miscellaneous brush here. same one I was using is the same sort of thing. I'll just get a little dot of paint on here, and then I'll paint that. I just knew that was going to happen as you look around, and spots. So I'm going to keep this here and keep this paint here, and I will be deciding on a case-by-case basis whether I will touch them up right away or just set them aside and do a second set of touch-up later. The safest thing to do is to note that they need to be touched up, set them aside at least, until either we're done with all the accent blocks or at least done with the paint that's in the palette. Cleaning the brush and taking a break from that color anyway. And then touch up all the ones that have been set aside, because otherwise there's wet paint of the wrong color that is inviting the finger to go into it, to be spread in a place you don't want it. I'm doing this just by pushing the paint up to the edge. These blocks are raised in comparison to the mortar lines between them. Pushing the paint up to the edges in my right-handed way. And so I flip the work around. Get the back. And as I've learned in the past, it's a good idea to do the sides and the top later, because that's where you're most likely to hold it. In so doing, most likely to get paint on those fingers. And this is definitely not the same color as the base coat. Get the fingers, and you touch it somewhere else. As you probably saw in a stream, I would say like 2 or 3 streams ago. You just get fingerprints all over everything, and then you got a major touch-up job. Right there. The accent color. And then need to do the top. You do the top first. And then I'll go around and get the one on the side. One on the top on every one of these. Since you're looking at it you're almost always looking at it from the top, it's sometimes good to have 1 or 2 on almost every one. Looks like he missed something, basically. It isn't as important to get the ones on the side here, because usually those go up against another block tile. Okay, so there'll be one here, like there'll be a doorway there. Okay, so you can't really see the edges usually. You never know, it might be a standalone. But there's one that's accent blocked. And I will put that aside. Moving my glasses. I can't see close up with glasses on. Can't see far away with glasses off. Okay, so here, I'm going to do this one on the top. These two blocks here. This one. And then there's a really nasty spot right there. Right in between the blocks. I'm almost tempted to just leave this open. That one I can touch that up pretty safely. I'm going to not do my set aside technique on that particular one. That 2 out of 2. Yeah, I had a secondary touch-up. Pretty good failure ratio. And there's one tiny little spot, but it was in the gap, in the mortar gap between 2 blocks in a place that would be pretty visible. Visible enough to have been seen when I did the touch-up originally, but definitely visible enough if one were actually using this. And, sometimes the wash would have covered that really well, but you can't be sure. So it was worth a couple of seconds of digression to do that. That's our sump point on the furnace. It's starting to get a little chilly, and you've got this humidifier built onto the furnace, and the humidifier runs practically all the time because the house gets dry. It runs through the humidifier into the reservoir, and then that pumps it out into the drain field. So you're just going to hear that whirring sound, grinding kind of. So every now and then. Unless the sound, there's a filter on the microphone. It filters out most of those kinds of sounds, but it catches that one. I can certainly hear it though. Yeah, once the resin printer is going, if we get some transparent resin material, we could do an invisible all set for the 6 seconds of invisibility. It just don't turn. I don't know. I don't remember how long it lasts. Carefully failed to mark these. Yeah, can anybody else in it? I don't know if anybody else in the party can turn invisible. Can Holwyn the rogue? I know the rogue is pretty good at sneaking. I don't know if they can turn invisible or not. Sith can, and has used that skill a couple of times. I don't think it's been very effective. I know it's been kind of amusing. I mean, instead of putting a ring around the neck of a character on the playing field, saying invisible, the character could actually be transparent. I think that would be pretty cool. Definitely something that should be done. All your invisible enemies as well. Could happen. Oh, I see. So they can be. Holwyn can't be totally invisible. They can be pretty sneaky, but not like invisible sneaky. That's handy though, especially for stealth checks. Our party has been notoriously inconsistent, I should say, in their successes on stealth checks. Usually, it doesn't much matter. Like we're sneaking around and there's nothing to be sneaking from or to. Yeah, we'll do a 18 stealth check, or maybe even a nat 20 or something. If we're attempting to actually be quiet, and there's a bunch of us in the party, one of us will almost always roll a 3. It's often my character also 12. But not always. But there's almost always somebody. We're all being really, really sneaky and quiet and stealthy, except not. Too dumb. To Just one right in the middle. Yeah, that heist is really very well done. They're sneaking and hiding was surprisingly good, which was a good thing, because it would have been pretty awful if we'd been caught by the wrong people at the wrong time. But I guess when it really, really counted, how I could miss these spots, you know? There's just too many of them to wait on. There's a big one here. You know, and they're not much. They're just like one little spot in the gap in the blocks, but enough to be the problem. I'm probably on most of these blocks going to end up just going back and forth like that. Just picking them as I see them. What's likely to happen is if I just set this aside, I'd be setting all of them aside. And then I would say, okay, what needs touching up? And I'd look all around and not be able to see where it needed touching up. If I just get it right away. Okay, well, what happened here is I actually probably put a little more paint in the palette than I needed to, because it dried up in the palette and on the brush, and just went ahead and made a little mess because it's sticking to the brush. And again, it's not much, just a tiny little dot there that needed to not be that color. Okay, so I'm washing off that brush, getting the gummy paint out of it, and I'll be squeezing out another couple drops of the brown paint. This much. Try to use it up before it gets. I think it helped to get the camera up higher, at least in terms of being able to get it focused on what I'm seeing. It's right in my face. You're not missing much, but yeah, at least you get to see the work. Where I'm painting, I imagine there's some sort of way of like angling it over to the side and so on and whatever, so that you could both see me on one camera and what I'm painting on the other. but I'm in the middle of doing this, so I'm not going to mess with the cameras right now, so I'll apologize for hiding behind the camera. I might take a break in a little while. Maybe I'll mess around with the cameras and the angles and things and see if I can't get a good view of what I'm painting and not have the camera right in front of my face at the same time. That is theoretically possible. If they achieved or not, we'll have to see. I think it's better to have the camera set up so that it definitely captures what I'm painting than not, which is an issue that we had. Then you do the tops. It's one of our cats. Maybe he will come to visit and make a lot of sound. It's a very loud cat. Very vocal. There he is. Not always sure why he's making those sounds. I think just to say hello. Well, usually at least once during a stream, I'll come down and just say hi. Know that he's still around and wanted his space. Okay. Look around, get my finger in the paint, as I hadn't done that yet. Hi. Yeah, I don't know if the filter cuts that out or not, but definitely saying hello. Okay, so I'll set that over there. Do I have another one? Here. Good. Usually you just like to say hello. You would like to get some attention, but can't really do much about that while I'm doing this. There's the white spot on this one. There have to be one. So this time I'm going to try the let's just set it aside and touch it up later technique. I got paint in there in the groove. That was, a little sloppy. So that needs touching up there too. And that's going to have to dry first. But, down in there. So let's just say this one is going poorly. Top ones are both have to be painted both on the top and the side, offering two surfaces to grab onto. I will do my best to not do that. Let's see how that goes. It looks to be just barely enough paint to finish this one. Get the side here. Dabbing here. It's a very rough surface. But then that needs to be touched up higher. We do a couple more and then take a break. Do this boost. This is going to do very many on this because they're just really hard to reach. They were just the 3. Needs, I don't know, needs one on the bottom. I'm wondering, it really needs to be this one. I'm going to take a chance and try to do that. This is going okay. It's much easier to paint on the outside. Big spot there. So I think what I'm going to be doing is like setting every one of these aside. I'm going back over with the blue paint because it's like there's touch up on all of them. Right there, there's a spot right there that's very visible that I missed the first time. And then I'm getting paint. And slopping paint on there where it didn't need to be. So, yeah. Touching it. So is that. I think there's good paint here. I'm going to do one more after this. And do the blue touch up on these as they need touching. Touch. Little spots everywhere. So weird. There. The thing with this one is going to be to make sure I find all the spots that need to be despotted. Be the most challenging bit. Side of this block here. That over in the that just need touch up. Yeah, let me just do plain one. Here. Picking the blocks with the most raised texture on them. And like one like this one, it's pretty smooth. I don't have enough paint to do this. I can't squeeze out. Or maybe I can. See if I can squeeze out just little enough to finish this. It's certainly enough on the... No, there's too much. I'm gonna have to like start another block probably. Waste the paint. We'll waste the time instead. Whoa. Definitely time for a break. Look at that. Yeah, well, we'll make a touch up with it now. A lot of paint captured on the cap here. Bit delayed by the squeezing out of extra paint. Too much to finish this, not enough to finish another one. We're in the must touch up now. I'll do two of them right next to each other. These here. There. Near the top. Just seeing those spots that need touching up all over. And I made another one. Double wall sort of thing, and then there's just like little spots all over the place that didn't get caught during the first touch-up. They get the second touch-up, and if they're not caught, hopefully is that they won't show in any significant way after the wash is applied. Getting close to, I really do need to take a break. Hopefully this paint will be just enough. If not, I'll be trying to get some off the bottle cap. Just like a few drops of paint here and there, but I hate wasting it. Well, it wastes enough as it is, because you get these circles of dried paint that end up not being able to use. But it doesn't take a lot, so it goes a long way, actually. So I just need to do the tops here. Just the whole half of these blocks. That's why you keep rotating the work and looking at it from different angles, because then you see chunks get missed. That would have been very obvious. Use this. Okay, well, there. So I've got a bunch of them here that need touching up. Those touching up in this. Stick this brush in the water, it's all gummy. Close this up. Open the blue paint. Try not to get my fingers in the brown paint. use this other brush because that's what I've used before, and see if I can find the spots that needed touching up. So obvious before. Say that I'm having caught them right away means that maybe I won't find them, but if I'm not finding them, then they're probably not that obvious. Finger in. Just touching up a few spots where the brown paint got a little bit carried away. And then the spot where I just put the finger that I had in the paint. Okay, so there, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 detailed. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13 more to go. So, a little more than a third done. If we remember our fractions from the last stream, it's about that. 7 out of 21. 6, 7, 8, 10. We could do the 20ths again. It's like we did last time. You could do a reprise of fractions and decimals of 20, but probably not. Anyway, I've got 13 more of these to do, including a whole bunch of corners. And I'm going to be taking a little break to hydrate and move things along. I'll be back in about 15 minutes or so, and I think what we'll be able to do, we've got time. I'm going to finish these. That's my goal for today, is to get the accent blocks done on these things. Then we'll have to decide what we're going to be doing on Wednesday. So, be back in just a little bit. Okay, so we're back from break. I haven't adjusted the camera. Let's see if this works. A long way up. Anyway, let's stir this again. And what I am continuing to do is paint accent blocks on this rough stone set. And what I know is that they will all need some additional touching up. So I'm going to say I had 13 left. I'm going to do like a bunch of them, a number of them, set them aside. And then do the blue touch-up again, because they always, for some reason, need touching up. So let's do one in the corner there. I haven't done a corner one there for a while. That's good. Here. It looks like there's one on top. Okay. Again, what I'm doing is I'm painting like 3 to 5 accent blocks on each wall. These corner pieces have 2 walls, so I'm doing 3 to 5 on each of the 2 corner walls. I'm using this brown paint because that makes for a nice contrast to the underlying blue. And then after these accent blocks are painted, the whole thing, the blue base coat as well as the accent blocks, get a dark gray wash. So there's a space there that needs to be touched up that I missed when I did the first round of touching up, which is why I'm going to be doing a second round of touching up. And maybe I'll catch that, and maybe I won't. Hopefully I will. The idea is to come back with the blue paint and do one final inspection, touch up any little spots that were missed, and touch up any spots that got painted this color because the brush slipped. Yeah, so this new camera position seems to be working okay. I think I'll just leave it there now. It's kind of a distance away from work. I suppose I could bring it down just a little bit. That helps terribly much. Helps my head. But we'll just leave it there for now. The main thing for me isn't so much what you can see on the camera as much as the light that it gives off. Nice little spotlight. It lights up what I'm painting. So we've got 13 of these things left, including quite a few corners. In the next hour and a half, I expect I'll get them done. If for some reason things go more slowly than I was hoping, I'll just go a little bit longer because I'd like to finish this if I can. Because then the set will be completed. At least the ones that have been primed and base coated. And then they'll be ready for a wash. And we're getting closer, ever so much closer to having the first set of production quality, I'll call it, dungeon sets completed. There's little accent pieces that yet need to be done. Quite a few of those lintels for the tops of the doors that hold the doors in place and let them open and close. The doors themselves, some accent things like the pool, the necromancy layer that needs to be completed. I'm not sure what color that'll be. Maybe green. The purple is kind of standard, I think, for necromancers. And we did a purple pool, and that looked pretty good. But I'll let Nikki and Alexis decide that. We're getting close to pretty much where we need to be taking a final inventory of things that they're printed, but they're not necessarily all primed, and then of course not necessarily all painted. So that's going to be the next step, is to find out what bits yet need to be primed and painted to complete the sets that we've been working on. And then we'll be able to show some off. Those are pretty cool when they're done. We've seen some prototypes and they look really good. Kind of thing that when it comes time to do touching, double touching, touching up the touch up, that would end up being missed, yay, and then it would look really kind of really done. There, let's do these, and then one on the inside. Here, there. We're grabbing spots. There's a couple on each wall. Pour it in. I'll have to take a break. I had it used to be slightly steadier. Moving along pretty well. Did stick my finger in the paint on the last one, but I caught it and didn't get the paint everywhere else, which was good. I got some paint there somehow. Brush mark even. We do double touch up. Touch up after touching up after touching up. Each time making the piece just look a little bit better. The other piece, I suddenly was concerned that maybe I missed one after I painted on the front, that I missed one on the back, but I got them all. That's why I'm being mostly careful. I mark them on both sides. No, it was not an intentional mark. Make that one anyway, though. No, you do it the way it is. We'll just touch that up later. Mark there. This black is a little weird. It goes over there. When I touch up, decide whether I want to leave that like that or whether I'll bring the blue back in. Like I'll just repaint that blue. From the other side, it looked like that, like the block kind of went over, but on this side, it just looks like a mistake. But that's easy to fix. I was feeling like, oh, it's after the break, things are going pretty nicely, but I managed to get paint on my fingers somewhere. don't see it. The paint is the same color as my fingers. You know, and this one needs a good deal of work with the blue paint, but most of it's really easy to do, and it'll look fine. It's touched up. The new camera position seems to be working okay. I guess it was kind of in the way before, in more ways than one, but it's providing me with good light and a pretty clear view of the stuff that I'm painting, and isn't right in front of my face. So I'm going to leave it there, and hopefully it'll stay there for the next stream. Unless Nikki does the next stream. She's left-handed, and so everything will have to be switched around. But I'll try to keep that in mind. That's a good location for it. And that mess there. There's lots of little spots that need fixing on this one. Put that in the beats fixing on this one file. These two edge. One down here and here. .3D printers singing away. All of these pieces that I am painting were 3D printed in this very room on the printers that you may or may not be able to hear, but you can see behind me. And then the magnets were installed in the base, magnets that let you pull together, rearrange them, move them around. Then they were primed over there in the paint box, priming box, and then hand brushed base coat and detail. And the wash that will be put on as the last step will also be hand brushed. So these sets that we're working on are printed and painted right here in Michigan. You could say everything is like customly domestically fabricated. And they come out really well, and they're a lot of fun to use on D&D campaign, especially because of the flexibility that you get from the magnetized bases, the little ball magnets that let you rearrange them very quickly in any kind of configuration that you might want. No special surfaces, nothing, just pull them out and put them together in the design that you want to use. And you can even change it as you're playing. If you've got enough for one room, and you want to go through a door into another room that looks different, you can set up one room, and your characters walk through the door, take like a 3-minute break, and reconfigure the new room that they've just walked into using the same tiles, but just in a different configuration. Really nice to do. That's actually been done on our stream, and it works really well. Okay, clean this brush off a little bit, get the gooey paint off, squeeze out a little more paint. And we walk around the palette here. I usually squeeze fresh paint out because in a fresh palette, because the dry paint could come off. And what I've learned just in the last little while is that there's a lot of paint, usable paint, right here on the nozzle of the paint bottle, and that might as well be used, because otherwise it'll just dry on there, make it hard to take it on and off, and waste paint. So by using that, we're being paint efficient and preventing gumming up problems. Take some paint out. I'm going to try to remember to do that. Rising amount. A good usage. That was sitting there. Painting these on the front and the back. Do the top. Some of them come across the top, and then I'll do the edges. And you can see why I'm doing the edges last, because I'm grabbing it right where the paint would be, right? I tried to use these things on here before, but the walls just take too much rotation in too many different ways that really to work as well as it does on a minifig. Works really well for a minifig, but not so much doing these walls. these walls they're kind of big and heavy too, and it's hard to get them to stick. I'm just doing my best to be careful to not put my hands in the painted surface, which I have done with more or less success over the last several painting sessions. More success now than in the first one or two. Little spirally contour there. And then look at the sides. Fingers not going in the paint. Yeah. The rest of the needs to be touched up. Do a corner on this one. I haven't done any of those in a while. I think what I'm going to do is a cluster of 3. Here, I think that might be enough. Let's again see how it looks on the back. It's not too bad. You know what I haven't done is I haven't done this corner on the top. I think I'll do it on this one just to do it. Look quiet. 3D printers aren't printing, the furnace isn't running, the sump pump isn't running. It just got really quiet. We'll see which of these many noise sources starts up first. Another humidifier. Okay. That's the fan. And water's running through it. And there's the sump pump pumping the water out with a little reservoir into the drain. That's a good thing. We bought this new humidifier. It's water into the air, even when the furnace isn't running, which is nice, because otherwise it's only humidifying when it's heating. This provides for a much more uniform humidity level. And so far, it's been working pretty well for us. Winter it can get really dry. Why the piece needs to be like constantly rotated while painting, because pretty much just missed this entire side until I turned it around. Some pump is getting louder, although it doesn't mean it's wearing out or something. It has been pretty busy. So what have I got? 2 corners on the top here. Now use this finger to hold my brush steady, which is not always a good thing. There's a painted surface right where I would ordinarily stick that little finger. Okay, now let's see if we can finish up this thing here. Like half a drop short. So I'm going to use up what's on here. Little brush strokes, trying to squeeze as much liquid paint on here. Squeeze a whole drop of 2 drops of paint out just for like this tiny little spot. Yeah, and it looks like I got it done. Yep. What we got? 4. I'm going to do 2 more. And then do touch up. Yeah, just these 2 flat walls, that'll be good. These single walls. And this, do one here. In there. I need to do one on top. I almost all have one on top at least. So let me do that one. Running out of things to babble about here. Can't even really talk about the weather after the blizzard before Thanksgiving last week. And it snowed Tuesday through Sunday, and we got like 2 feet of snow. I think officially we were like a quarter of an inch short of 2 feet at the airport. Yeah, it's been relatively nice, except for the mess that melting snow has made. Many places in the sun have dried out. The roads are mostly clear. It's supposed to rain tomorrow and then turn into slushy snow again. I think on Wednesday we're supposed to get slushy snow. I'm driving to an appointment tomorrow. I think somebody else has an appointment on Wednesday. Hopefully the roads will not be too awful. Yeah. Most of the seasons up here are really gorgeous. You know, spring is nice, summer is wonderful, fall is really pretty. But winter, you know, some people really enjoy it. You get out to go skiing, cross-country skiing, and snowmobiling, and snowshoeing, and all sorts of winter sports. If there's enough snow. Not always, but usually there's enough snow for that. But it is a pain. Clear very well, especially here where there's lake effect snow that just keeps like drizzling snow for days on end. I managed to make a mess there. I'm being less concerned about the messes now that I know I have to do all this touching up anyway. So there's no need to make more of it than is necessary. So the driving in it is not so much fun, especially at night. You got snowfall on the headlights, and then there's an oncoming car on a 2-lane, and the lights are just all glaring. It actually can get a little scary. So we try to not drive at night in the snow as much as we can avoid it. Both of these have the same issue here. It doesn't take much to make it look better. Okay, let's see what we can do with this one. I'm gonna do this clean one. And here, and 2 up here. It might be enough, I think. Yeah, that looks okay. Anyway, that's the weather report. Supposed to be pretty decent today. Maybe start raining tomorrow. And then rain and slushy snow on Wednesday. The temperatures were really cold. After that snow, we were getting lows in the teens and not breaking freezing during the day for a couple of days. It was an unusually early cold snap, lake effect, blizzard kind of situation. This has been more seasonable this last week. Middle of November, it was like middle of January in terms of the weather. Very, anyway, a lot of it has been the last few years, as I would say, the jet stream is kind of falling apart. So you get a lot of north and south weather, and then where you get like record-breaking cold one week, and then it's followed by record-breaking heat the next week. As you get a polar vortex bringing fairly cold air in from the north, and then another pressure system moves through in the opposite direction and brings up heat all the way from the Gulf of Mexico. And so you could go from like 12 degrees to 65 degrees in the span of about 36 hours. For the wildlife and the plants, they probably get very confused. Sometimes you just get this like record-breaking heat, and then the jet stream gets weak, and the high pressure system up on the sea can bring like a month's worth of weather where you don't even get above freezing for almost an entire month. And then it's 65. Cool. Everything melts all at once, you get rain on top of it. Sometimes that's when the flooding hits. You get that really cold weather, some lake effect snow, and then it all melts really suddenly. Okay, well, there's that. I have a little bit of paint left. Let's see if I can do one of these. I don't know if there's enough left for one of these or not. We'll see. side, I'll pick 2. And I'll take a break from the brown and do blue touch-up on those other ones that I painted. Finish those up. And move on to the last remaining bits. Yeah, that made a mess there. That's too bad. There. Asymmetric yet balanced. Just make everything look symmetric. It looks, I can't even say it looks artificial, it just looks doofy. Things are too symmetric, but if you just, you can also make them look really haphazard. Fine aesthetic balance that we're trying to get here in this more or less random assignment of accent blocks. And for the most part, I think they look okay. And some people might, you might want one different here or different there than what I've done, but this is what it is. Okay, we're running just a little short. I'm wondering if I could do that trick again and pull it off the nozzle. Go back where I need like half a drop of paint. Where can I get? So far it's worked every time. Yeah. Okay, well, there. There's a fair amount of blue touching up that needs to be done on these, so. Hello. Ooh, thanks. Cool. Sorry, I wasn't watching chat, but who welcomed you? Thank you. Thank you for joining in. I hope you are relaxing with this relaxing painting. Yes, we are completing our Dungeon of Doom blocks. So what I'm doing here is I'm touching up spots where the brown went where it shouldn't have gone, and also some spots where the primer is still showing through. In most of the areas that needed touching up were obvious when I did it, went through it the first time, but sometimes you can't find them again. So just rotating this and looking for white spots like this where the primer is showing through. And that might not be caught when we do the wash. So, really appreciate the new followers. Thank you. pound 82, and saw 137. Thanks. Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, 10 until 2, except for holidays and vacations, like last Friday. Needed touching that. We complete our work on these. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'll set that with the done file. This one has lots of touching up. Somehow I managed to get my fingers in the paint. Maybe if I'm real lucky, I will avoid getting my fingers in the blue paint. I talk about getting my fingers in the paint a lot on this stream because I do that. I try to be really careful and not do that, but anyway, yeah, there are ways of holding this. I know that would help prevent that from happening, but this is what I do. There's this one. Yeah, this one got mysterious spots on it of that brown color. And apparently I touched something somewhere without knowing it, and get it in many places. I think I can most of those. And just a quick inspection, hitting the bright spots, the ones that are obvious anyway. We put a gray wash on these to make it look, well, just to highlight all of the texture in the blocks, and the wash just really brings everything to life rather than just sort of this monotone base coat. But these little white spots we found, you know, sometimes they're covered really nicely by the wash and they disappear, and sometimes they don't. So take a couple of minutes just to kind of like a final inspection of the piece before putting it in the done pile. Sometimes I don't like how the accent block paint came out. I'll just touch that up. There's that spot that I saw before. Is that I confident? That in the done pile. Hope you are relaxing with our relaxing painting, and that you like these tiles. I think they come out really well. They're printed on the printers behind me. They're primed over there. There's a box that we use with the airbrush, and then the base coat, the accent bricks, the detail, and the wash are all hand applied, so there's a lot of handwork, a lot of custom handwork done on one of these. And as I've demonstrated, I'll continue to demonstrate periodically. The way these work is that there are ball magnets in the base here, hidden away in the base. And you can then rearrange the tiles. They hold together, as many as I'd like. The doorway. The hallway. Do all sorts of things with these because the ball magnets rotate and just grab onto itself regardless of orientation. Pretty neat. So that's a real cool feature of these tiles. Continue the touching up. And there's a big gap there. Yep, for a reason. The other of these I painted. One where I didn't want it, but this one looks all right. I especially want to get inside the mortar joints, because even though the wash will pool up there and make it look dark, you don't want a white spot showing through particularly if you can avoid it. And, you know, I can't avoid them all because I don't catch them all, but get most of them. Yeah, lots of spots on the floors. I'm not too concerned too much about the spots on the floors, because the wash almost certainly will catch those, and if it doesn't, it just look like, you know, like microflex or something in the stone. But you also don't want a whole lot of them, because then it just looks like you missed the spots when you painted it. This one needs particularly a lot of touching up. Maybe it will get it. You can't tell if it's a white spot or if it's just the paint being shiny before it dries. If I recall, this one got kind of messy here. Fix that where the brown paint got down in the groove. Let's see why Nikki has given up on this brush. It's really pretty used up. Okay. This one isn't as bad as I remembered it being when I first painted it. Pretty much looks okay. There's some spots there. Again, the brown paint just got pretty much where I didn't want it. Thank you, new followers. That's really great. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You are enjoying this because it's so relaxing. Okay. So here we go. We've got maybe go a little... No, there isn't too much left to do. We've got a corner, some walls, straight walls, and we're going to, regardless of the time, finish up the accent blocks on these walls. I'll get this paint to stir again. Finish up and then have two tiles left or something. Where we'll be painting. And I'm just using the paint from the nozzle of this bottle. We discovered that there's a fair amount of paint that accumulates in there. The wires just dry up and be wasted or be a cavity. So why not scoop it off and spread it on the surface so you want it. Yeah, so when I was growing up, when we built models, there was always this sort of sense of, if I have a bottle of paint and I use it up, I might not be able to afford to get another one. And there's always this, saving every last drop of everything. Probably at this point, as long as you can get the color, sometimes they're not available. Is as essential as it was when I was like 11 years old. Anyway, we didn't waste the paint that was on the nozzle or the bottle. And continue to just color in 3 to 5 on each wall. This is a single wall block, and it's getting 4 painted. Do the corner next. There's one corner left. What I've been doing is like 3 on one and 4 on the other. Of the 2 walls of the corners, and those have looked pretty decent. And I generally do one that goes across the top, because otherwise the top of it, if it doesn't have one accent block on it, for some reason just looks unfinished. Doing a little cast, and apparently it's a little messy. Put the paint there that hopefully I'll remember is there when we do the touch-up, the retouch touch-up. To get across the top of this part. That will make just take the second it takes to even it. Okay. There. Just do one on the top there, a couple here, one down there. It's two. This one. On the other side. Yeah, see, this looks empty here. Yes, this one. It'll be okay. Previous pattern, but it'll do. Might not have the wisest one to pick. Just in terms of being able to reach it. Okay, there's a spot there that never got blue paint on it. It's pretty obvious. It needs to be touched up in a bit. And I just have to try to remember that it's there. Or discover it again when we come around to put touch-up paint. Inside of the corner, and we'll do the outside. There's a lot of surface contour textures on these blocks. These are rough stone blocks, not cut stone. Sometimes you have to poke at it in order to get the paint into the little crevices or to get an even line along the edges. Here's some. It's smooth, and just brush the paint on. Looks like there'll be just enough to finish this wall. And we've got 2 single walls and 2 door frames left. It's not too bad. Oops, forget the very top here. When the printer prints these, when it gets to the top, it just basically kind of swirls around. Which is fine. I mean, it gives it a decent texture on the top. It looks like stone, but getting the paint in there sometimes, just getting it even is a little bit of a trick. So, make sure I got the ones in the front and the back both. And put that in the to be touched up pile. Begum the brush. These are a couple more bits of paint, and we'll get to the last balls. I'm going to paint one on each of these sides. You're hardly painting any accent on these at all. They always seem to be just a little bit of a problem. I'm not sure what it is. It's maybe just because the bricks are small and they're all on edges. It just seems to be just a little bit tricky to get the edges smooth and right.
So aren't very many choices of blocks because there aren't very many blocks. So I'm just going to go there and just get this other one out of the way. Do this up here. So I got my, I don't know, obviously touched something and it's getting all over. So that'll be a little touching up to do. It'll be quick, but it's just a real pain to have, yeah, it probably happened because of just rotating this and doing, it's all edges. At any rate, hopefully it's so obvious that it will be easy to catch and correct. And I picked the raggediest, most textured block of all of them. I think I did that on one of the others too. Probably because it's such a good location for an accent block. There. The two of them, I think that looks okay. Single walls left. Yeah, let's do this one. Do a cluster of 3 here. Yeah, one down. Haven't done one on the edge in a bit. I painted the paint on the edges. Yeah. Fingertip. That's why I paint the edges very last. Yeah, sometimes these look good if they're in a cluster like that. And you don't want to overdo it, but occasionally you just do like a whole section had fallen out and been replaced or something. It ends up when you put in a cluster like that, actually painting 5 blocks, which is, you know, quite a few on a like this, but it doesn't look like that many when a bunch of them are in one spot, as opposed to like if there were 5 scattered around, it would have looked Kind of scabby, actually. I think this pattern ends up looking okay. New camera, way up high, giving a bigger field of view, makes it much more likely that the stuff I'm painting actually is on camera and it's not in my face. So tried something new and it seems to be working okay, at least from what I can see on this end. There's one more left after this. This is usually the time when it goes, oh, yeah, there's just one more left, except for the ones that I forgot, which happened a couple of streams ago. Oh, yeah, this is what I want to do. And then right at the end, discovered that a whole chunk of stuff wasn't done. But it looks like, yeah, that all I've got left are plain floor tiles, and we don't do accent blocks on floors. Just on the walls. Okay. Yep, a little bit on the edge there. Probably will clean that up a little bit when I do touch up. Yeah, that too. Last one. How shall we do this? Let's do a corner. A couple here. And mark those on the other side. Yeah, that looks okay. Probably a pattern I've done before, but it's hard to do these without making some repetition. Not that there aren't a whole lot of different combinations, but it's just that, you know, let's see, oh, this looks okay. And then there's a tendency to use the pattern that you say looks okay. Yeah, definitely getting time, pretty close to time to end when you get your brush full of paint, move it to the work surface and go push it right against the side of the told I don't need to go the whole 4 hours. And this is the kind of thing that tells me that maybe that's good advice. But this was so close to being done that definitely wanted to finish it during this stream. And it's going to be, you know, by the time I get touch up done, do a little bit of cleanup, a little recap, probably like 10 minutes over. which is maybe fair because I think we started, no, actually today started right on time. Usually we start about 10 or 15 minutes late because there's always some sort of technical thing that isn't working, or the camera didn't turn on, or there's an update to some of the software that decided to install itself just as we turn the computer on. So usually this gets started like 15 minutes late. Today it was right on time. That was pretty cool. It looks like there'll be... Hi, Seth. It's one of our cats came by to say hello again. He'd come by before, a little earlier. Say hello, but I decided to come back after the break too and just remind everybody that he's here. To make this paint stretch just enough to finish one side of this block. This is pretty good. Just finishing up and using pretty much the last bits of paint. Looks like I planned it. Good. So there's that. Now, what is it? If you wanted to, you could jump up here and say hi to everybody. Just wanted to walk through, say hello, go into the other room. Okay. Got it on both sides. So all I need to do now is get out the blue paint again. Get out the blue paint using brush. And go back and do the touch-up on these six blocks. Well, very many missed spots on these. They're just spots that got touched by the wrong color paint. Few little white spots on this one. Pink got their spots. I think I'll get a couple. Yep. After I'm done here, I'll give you a treat. You can count on it. There and in there. Yeah, not too bad. This one came out okay. White spot there. Can only see from one angle. Probably, touch that up because that would be the one angle that someone would be viewing it from. And they'd say, oh, you missed a spot. So you missed that. These guys. There we go. A little bit in there. With these, it's mainly that paint just went a little too far. And it seems to be a common theme with these door frames. And then the last wall. It's the ragged edges. Just cover those up. Well, now here, I'm going to get that last because I could very well end up putting my finger there again. Okay. And there's the last major bit of touch-up. And we are done. So I'll show you what we've done in a bit. Let me just put this in the wash, cap this up. So what we have done today is this pile here did touch up, did accent blocks, lots of accent blocks, did retouch, and they're ready to go. So that is most of the Dungeon of Doom. All that's left of that, all that's left are 3 lintels to go across the tops of the doors. Piece that goes across the top of the door here. Need to get the doors done, insert the doors, connect them. And then there's 2 trap tiles, which are narrow hallways with one wall that can be turned into a trap if you want. If the DM wants to trap somebody in a hallway or in the room, there's a wall, one wall can either be rotated or replaced with a trap.
And it's pretty cool because you can put a wall on that looks just like a plain wall, and the players wouldn't know that was a trap, and you'd say you triggered the trap, pop the wall off the base, it's magnetized, that you triggered a trap, and then either a flame or a gas cloud comes out. And those are magnetically attached to the wall as well. So it's possible that even if the wall comes around, that you could escape or avoid the flame or the gas cloud before it hits you. But those need to have magnets installed so that the wall adheres to them, and then they need to be base coated. And hopefully there's just enough of this paint left to base coat and touch those up. So here we are, about 5 minutes over. The new followers, thank you so much for joining us. That's really good. Really appreciate it. If you feel like it, please watch our Dungeons and Dragons campaign Sundays at 2. We stream that with live chat 3 Sundays a month, 3 weeks a month. And again, Sundays at 2. This painting stream is Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 10 until 2. Occasionally we'll end early, start a little late because of whatever, but usually by 10:15 we're rolling, hopefully closer to 10, and then sometime between usually 2 o'clock, give or take a little bit, finish up depending on what it is we're working on. So I think the next steps here are going to be maybe washing all of these tiles for like 4 different dungeon sets. Finishing up some of the bits that still need to be done, some of the detail work. Doing some doors, doing some lintels. See, there's a whole bunch of stuff that needs to be primed there. Those are wooden floors. And some cut stone pieces. So, yeah, if those get primed, we'll be working on those as well. In the meantime, we need to do an inventory of paint that we need to buy, probably put another order in, and at some point we need to put these back in their storage bin. But cleaning up always seems to not happen. So we just live in chaos until it's awful. And then clean up, and then 2 streams later, it goes back to the way it was. Yeah. Just looking at some stuff that's laying around. Okay, thanks for joining in. New followers, thanks so much for that. And we'll see you Wednesday at 10, give or take a few minutes. Thanks. Bye.